Good evening, gamers. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. JD, congrats on first. Ariel, congrats on second. Sunny, congrats on third. And hello, Fluffy. Hello, Alex. Hello, everyone. Ariel and Sunny, good luck with your lurking and working. Thank you for coming by and hanging out, even if you're busy. I appreciate it. Fluffy, mushroom stroganoff sounds very delicious. I like meat, but also mushrooms are pretty good too. A glub glub? Sure thing. You like my watch? Thank you. That's actually why my stream is 5 minutes late. I had to Google and find a watch, and then I couldn't find any with a number on it, so I had to Photoshop the number on real quick. Fangy is a mushroom. What did you miss? I'm not a mushroom. I like eating mushrooms. JD says, or not JD, Sunny says, I just got home from the Minecraft movie. How was it? Did you enjoy it? I feel like it has potential. Ariel says, good choice. Do you like my banana? Yes. Very fashionable banana peel. I see you're very excited for Mario Kart. Alright, so we're picking up. We just started this game yesterday. So far, only one person is dead, allegedly. I'm not convinced personally. I'm not 100% convinced. But we have managed to keep everybody alive so far. But one of our friends is missing now, which is a problem. Sunny says it was actually very great. Oh, nice. Yeah, I definitely gotta see it at some point. I don't know that I'll see it in theater though, because I'm such a cheapskate, you know? I don't like paying full price for anything. I might wait for it to come to a streaming service. You're seeing the Miku movie in a week? Oh. I don't even know if that's coming out by me. Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
Yes, when we last left off, the devices here that we scan our watches with, they were broken. And when we were all off looking for parts to fix it, someone came and fixed them all. And we don't know who did it. Alright, so who do we think fixed this thing? Snake is missing. So it would seem like maybe Snake did it?
Well, it seems like it would have to be Snake, wouldn't it? Maybe he got back here before any of us. He found the parts somewhere, put them back, and then went through one of the numbered doors.
But he couldn't go through on his own.
No, that's not possible. You have to authenticate with at least 3 people, or the red won't open the door.
Yeah, we don't know where he is.
There's no way a single person could get through there by themselves.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It was a stupid mistake, and Junpei knew it. I wasn't making a mistake. I didn't think he went through the door. Just because Junpei thought that doesn't mean I thought that. I did not say he went through the door. Junpei is adding his own dumb theories. Hey, Insomnia, welcome back. How had he made such a foolish miscalculation? And how had Santa noticed it so quickly? Perhaps he just wasn't as clever as he used to be. Junpei shook his head sadly.
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
We don't know that.
Bingo! We have a winner.
Huh?
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah,
But why?
no idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something
Hey,
else.
Dahlia, good evening.
Something bad.
Oh, wait. Good afternoon.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth
Who
hiding.
fixed it? I'm not me. I just want to know. Nexus, is it Cerule? Is that how you say it? Cerule? I was scared to ask yesterday. I was embarrassed to ask. But Cerule, okay. I'm so mad because they were like, oh, who do you think did it? And Snake is missing, so I was like, maybe Snake did it. And then Junpei is like, Snake did it and he went through the door. And then Santa's like, you're stupid, Junpei. He couldn't go through the door on his own. And I'm like, no, I didn't say he went through the door. That's what Junpei said. It's not my fault. Junpei's stupid. Oh, Cerulean? Oh, so like, Cerulean Nexus? Is that how you pronounce your username then? Yeah, and somebody said cerulean's a color. Do you know how I know that? Pokemon. Because in Pokemon Red and Blue, all the towns are named after colors. Happy time zone? Happy time zone to you too, Fluffy.
Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
Yeah, it's gotta be related.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe whoever fixed it, Snake saw it? Wait. Snake heard it, and then they had to get rid of him. Oh, did someone do the shapeshift redeem? Okay, 1 second. Huh? There we go. Okay. Sorry, that's when I do manually. And then Sunny did club club. Cerule said, I intend again to VTubing myself, and your slime fella is mostly cerulean. Oh, keep that in mind. Let me know when you start. I always like checking out people's streams when they're in chat, and then eventually they start streaming. And I'm like, whoa, now I can put like a voice to the name and stuff. Oh, you just want to check out random redeems? Yeah, go for it. No, I'm sorry, I didn't see it earlier. Sometimes I miss redeems or messages in chat. Feel free to tell me. I never like ignore stuff, I just forget sometimes I don't see it. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate the assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
Isn't that right, June? With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
Nervous laughter. Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next? We've already done all these things, haven't we? There's no one left, is there?
Let's go have a look at the hall with...
I'll go wherever you do. Let's go.
They quickened their pace and headed for the bow. Bow? 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 Starward...
Oh.
Star... I think it's bow, right? For boats?
Nobody's here.
Snake, of course, was nowhere to be found.
Let's look somewhere else.
Alright, so
where?
yeah, we've looked everywhere.
Why don't we go...
Okay, let's...
Unless there's like a reason to go to somewhere multiple times.
I don't think anyone is here. What next?
Finish... Well, now it's grayed out.
Why don't we go check out the...
All right.
No one's here. Maybe we'll have more luck somewhere else. But where?
No? See? Okay, alright.
Let's head back to the large...
All right.
I don't know why they let us go back somewhere if there's nothing there.
I don't think anyone...
Oh, but see, now it's grayed out here. Alright.
Let's go take a...
Let's just make them all gray, just to be safe.
Let's try somewhere else.
Alright.
Hey,
Now we
why
leave.
don't we go back to the big hospital room?
You're full of oatmeal? I like oatmeal. I like
Sure,
oatmeal, I
let's
like
go.
oatmeal cookies. Whenever I go to, there's a board game convention I go to, and there's like a really good market nearby, and one of the booths there has really good oatmeal cookies, and I always buy like 2 packages of them. And then I'll eat like 1 package over the course of the convention weekend, and then I bring one home.
I don't think anyone is here. What?
I mean, oatmeal just kind of tastes like whatever you put in it, you know? So as long as you add like some peanut butter or like some cinnamon, you're all set. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Did they ever try and open the door that doesn't have a number? Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke.
And we can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, Seven spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
Alright, let's check out your math, Lotus. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Click, click, click. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Excuse me?
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind.
Huh? What does she mean? 'Cause right now there's 7 of us. Who are the 3 that would be left behind?
If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Huh? Number nine's dead. Number 2 is missing. So there's only 7 of us. So what is she talking about with people being left behind? Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. Huh? I don't understand what she's saying though. I don't get it. Lotus, what are you saying? I do not understand what you're saying. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true.
Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2. And 1 person is left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind?
Yeah, what is she saying?
Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over?
That would be 3, 7, 8.
What's the digital root for that?
3 plus 7 plus 8 is 18, so add 1 and 8, 9.
Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere.
Okay.
That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same.
Are you sure? Did she do all the math?
It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal. We only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3, 3, and 1.
When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then... you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind.
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel!
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant! We shouldn't sacrifice anyone!
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
We gotta do
Whoa,
some math.
calm down, you 2.
Santa stepped between Lotus and June.
Look, what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Has
Exactly.
anyone actually, like,
That's how
double-checked
democracy
her
works.
math?
And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote.
What do you mean through a... I don't... Huh? But that's not how the math works. Like, who's left behind is gonna depend on their numbers.
What do you think?
No.
No! That's terrible!
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree.
Oh, okay, we're voting on whether or not we should use her idea, not voting on who to get rid of.
We don't
okay.
exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Oh, glad to see you get it. If I can get one more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
I mean, she doesn't want to like leave her brother behind, because presumably he is still here somewhere.
Hey, Clover.
Lotus walked over. Oh, sorry. Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder.
Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors.
He doesn't have to be. I thought we already determined that he couldn't be.
We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
No. That's not possible. Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay?
Oh yeah, no backseating please, Yami, thank you. And welcome.
If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him.
No, what makes the most sense would be for her to stay behind, in case her brother shows back up here.
You agree with me, right?
No! Okay. Clover! Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote too.
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Are we even convinced that someone has to stay? I don't... Because who's left? We're missing 2 and 9, so... And the doors that we have are... What doors do we have? You're blocking it, Ace. I can't see behind you.
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that! That won't solve anything!
The nothing door? Okay. June's voice shook and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
Because he's 1, and Snake is 2, so if Snake showed back up, they could go through the 3 door.
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them.
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
He
Please,
is
I beg
optimistic.
you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me.
Were the doors 3? Well, we already saw 4 and 5 previously, so it was 3 something and 8, right? Was it like 3, 7, 8 or something like that? 3, 7, 8? Okay, I see. Is Lotus telling the truth that it's not possible to bring everyone? No matter the arrangement you do?
Ideally,
Well,
within the
I'll
time
wait
limit
and see
Zero
if-
has given us.
If I get to make a decision or not here.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer.
We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal. But this whole, like, who should we sacrifice thing, I don't get it, because, like, doesn't it all depend on what numbers they have? Right? Like, even if he wants to sacrifice himself, like, he might be needed for one of the doors, no?
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace, with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Sunny says, "My guy said don't worry," and my mind immediately went to Katsukuri. Don't worry, Katsukuri! Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. It's okay. It's okay, Pupper. Alright, so it doesn't seem like I get the option to say no. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Actually, I want to do some math. So, my theory is that Ace can stay behind, and if Snake shows up, the two of them can go through the 3 doors. So if the other doors are 7 and 8, can the other people make those numbers? What do we got? We got basically everyone except for 9, right? So 7 you could do like this. We got some big numbers here. Oh. There's gotta be some kind of trick for figuring the stuff out other than just like brute force guessing stuff, right? So if I do... So 7 and 9 gives you 16, which would be 7. There's like 3, 4, 5... Oh wait, but we don't have 9. We don't have 9 anymore. He's MIA. Okay, in that case... Well, you could do 3, 7, and 6. That would give you 16, which would be 7. Which would leave 4, 5, and 8? And this will tell me... Oh, so 7 and 8. Yeah, right? So, we want 4, 5, and 8 to go through a door. And then 3, 6, 7 to go through the other door. And then we leave behind Ace. And if Snake shows up, they'll have 3 and go through the last door. Bam! Mathed. Alright, from somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship was screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? MIA, you mean KIA? I'm not convinced. Because the description was like, oh, dark, reddish black blood. And I'm like, that, like, fresh blood is, like, not that dark, right? And it was all like, oh, his face is all smashed in. And I'm like, sounds pretty suspicious to me. Maybe it's someone else's face that's smashed in, you know? Wouldn't be the first time they've done that in these kinds of death games. Already, D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
Well, what are you waiting for?
JD says blood turns brown pretty quickly when exposed to air. I don't think so, because I had a really bad nosebleed recently. And, stuff stayed red for a while. Because, like, he exploded and then they pretty much immediately went in there. So I don't buy it. It's Guts blood? Okay, I guess I don't have experience with Guts blood. Maybe you guys are right. I don't know. I still think it was a little sus.
We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you.
Your brother wouldn't
Let's
be
just
behind the
calm
doors, though. That
down
makes zero
and
sense.
think about this.
If he's behind the doors, he's exploded.
There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran towards Ace. He slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled.
Ace! Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then it happened. What? Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold. 7 got sick at one point, too.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something!
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
This.
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
So poral? In it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read Sopori Beta. Soporal Beta?
Soporil Beta. What does this do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am. Very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so they would be forced to leave him behind.
Ace.
Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying.
Ace! Ace!
She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them that he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see that he was in fact still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No, nothing.
It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
Does it matter?
I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
She's not old. Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards Seven. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
All right, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the three people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Junpei, which door do you want?
At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Because I'm 5. What was my plan again? I had a plan. Oh, it was 3, 6, and 7 go together, right? And then 4, 5, 8 go together? So... But if I went somewhere else... So 8 wants to go through 8. Who could we put with her? If we did like 8, 7, 6. No. 8, 7. That'd be 15, which would be 16. Wait, that'd be... Yeah, 15 would be 6. If I wanted to go through 3, because I was thinking, I don't think we should go through 3. I think we need to leave 3 for Ace and Snake. So I think I want to go through door 8. I think. Is door 7 possible for me? I definitely don't want to go through 3. Definitely not 3. Alright, so... I wanted to go through door 7. And we know that 7 wants to go through door 7. Who could go with us? What if we took June with us? That's 9, so that's not possible. So if we did 7 and 5, 4, 7, 5, 3, 7, 5. Yeah? We know that we have to have 7 and 5. So this gives you 11, 18. Oh, the math. The math. I'll just go with this one.
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
Okay, 8 it is.
And just know that I want to leave door 3 available.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
'Cause math. Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Oh, he's gonna explain it to me. He was gonna do the math for me.
Have 3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
Plan B.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
Plan C.
Or 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8.
So there's actually no way to use door 3?
There are no other combinations.
So it seems like it's impossible for me to hang out with June then. Am I winning? I don't think I am, kitty. But hello, good evening.
In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors.
But isn't that also 5 and 6 can never go through the same doors? Let me read this again. Yeah, it seems like 5 and 6 can't ever go through the same door either. Right? Am I bad at reading? Alright, so if we did these combinations, I'm 5. So I'd be with Santa and Lotus. Or I could be with Clover and 7. Or I could be with Clover and Lotus.
You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes.
Oh no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be by her side, though, through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other
Yeah,
again.
we got separated before we met back up.
We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went
you,
into the
Rick.
4 and 5
Hello,
doors.
welcome back.
Remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8.
So, June will be with Clover and Lotus? All the ladies are together.
Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked towards door 7. Hey, I said I wanted door 7, didn't I? Isn't that the one I said I wanted? No, maybe it wasn't. Well, Clover, Lotus, and Junpei had... Oh, okay. I must have said 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop.
It's open.
Run, get in.
Okay.
Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The deniers in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked towards him. Their eyes met.
June.
We don't got time for this. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the number door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could.
It stopped.
With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little bit more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake.
Well...
Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. Death game Fangy sleeps, math game Fangy panics. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end.
There's a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
A laboratory?
Ben and Jerry's? I didn't know you guys had that in Germany. It's pretty good.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei.
Huh?
Please, you first.
Cubic says, I just noticed your bracelet. They got you too? Yeah, I'm Junpei. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Ugh, fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. Ben & Jerry's is pretty huge there? Huh, I didn't know that. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
Yes, obviously.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Yeah, like researchers will be over here, and then like a test subject will be in there or something. Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. A robot? In the center of a room shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
We're gonna have to operate.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
That's true. Yeah, laboratory's more for experiments than, treatments.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
Yeah, we're on the boat, yep. But we determined that it's a medical boat. It's the Titanic's sister boat that ended up getting used for medical stuff during World War I. Or at least that was the character's theory. Clover was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn, and somehow sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her, and as kindly as he could, spoke.
Are you okay?
Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment.
Junpei, you
Then
just don't
suddenly,
get it!
Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backwards a few steps alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind! Something happened to him!
Sunny says Clover's voice actor sounds familiar. Yeah, she's from Danganronpa, we know that. Because we looked her up yesterday.
Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned towards them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus and then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Hey, wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Clover, watch out above you!
Uh-oh. Oh, now you're going to have to fight the monsters in there. It's like Zelda. Without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on. I'll get it open.
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... Oh, it's fine. You guys can say bad words, kitty. I just don't like it. I don't like saying them.
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
Yeah, it's a puzzle.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei nodded.
Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Seek a way out. Woo. A silver handrail. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Junpei, do something, please. Quick, figure out how I'm gonna get out of here. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black? Huh. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. I guess this drain is for water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And this is the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. I think this thing's a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here, like resistance value and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. I can't really see it very well from here, but it looks like there's a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. This is a wash basin, more commonly known as a sink. Part of the table's been colored over in black with a permanent marker. If I could just find something that would get rid of that ink, I could hand it over to Clover through the bars. This looks like the control for an electronic door lock. Uber Eats does this thing where if you don't order for a while, it dangles a discount in front of you. You get 60% off an order, or you could eat leftovers. Whenever I see like deals like that for like Uber Eats or like DoorDash or anything, I put like the coupon code in, and it still ends up costing like so much money, and then I'm like, ugh, I'm too cheap for this. There's a red light on the display, which means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, maybe we can get Clover back. It looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes to the laboratory. Nope, this door doesn't go anywhere. No dice. It won't open. I mean, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would let us out of the room quite that easily. Hey Clover, there's a door over here too. Wait, I'll be right there. I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Darn it! I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? It won't work. I can't even move the knob. Oh, here's all the thingies. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. The power cable, huh? I'll take that. 3-pronged. Woo! A stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. It's 26-ish? That's gotta be relevant. I wonder what this cable's connected to. Okay, one side of this thing is in the room with us. The other side extends into the laboratory where Clover is. In other words, the console in front of us is connected to the device in the laboratory. There's 2 levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. No, it's not powered on yet. Nope, it doesn't look like anything's happened. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. This is a really old type of keyboard. Cookie clacks! This monitor doesn't have that power cable. So one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor, and the other end needs to be plugged in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Well shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. That's not gonna fit is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. We need an adapter. The mouse. The keyboard. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. Those are cardboard boxes. There's some papers and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments. But it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. Ethanol. Can I open any others? A whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Loctite, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. Well, I guess that's all there is. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Just kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Anyway, can you wipe off the permanent ink? Look, Clover. Right now, at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this. You trust me? I feel kind of special. I have to get Clover out of here now. Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Use, huh? Soak it in the ethanol and then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Oh, thank you for the glub, Sunny. Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing that Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There's a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. Sudoku? I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay, Roger. The stuff on the table seems like some kind of hint. Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Paper with numbers on it acquired. New material's been added to the file screen. File screen. Clover's note. The note Clover copied from the stand in the library. It has 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. 3, 2, 4, 7. It doesn't show up in here. I hope those numbers are gonna be helpful. Alright, let's think about ways we could open this door. Like, what? I mean, there's the grid of 9, and then there's a grid of 9 here. Junpei doesn't seem to think anything of it, though. We need an adapter for the power cable. The only thing about the room that's changed is that the lever's down now. Not very impressive. We need a key. I don't really have much to work with here, huh? I missed something somewhere. Hey Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. I guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. The cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Darn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. It's called an adapter. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright, unplugged. I'll hand it to you over the bars, okay? Bum, 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 bum. Here you go. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. Combine. Okay, put the 2-prong plug into the head of this power cable. Now we can turn on the computer. Alright, I've got the 2-prong power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. And let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that'll do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Updating RSF file. Make directory. Make BC? Start? Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen.
What?
He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
Huh? It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor.
I mean, you could have the PC built in behind like the monitor. That was a thing.
The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
He most certainly had not, but...
Is that normal?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Interesting.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
She's a hacker, man.
Lotus?
Oh my god! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the read, Tori. Hello. Hello, Red. Hello, Mina. Rachel, welcome, welcome. Sari, everyone. Hello, hello. Good evening. Good evening. We are playing 999. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. It is an escape room death game kind of visual novel-y thing. Yeah. Lots of gloves. Okay, I should have seen this coming. I should have gotten the water bottle ready. I should have known. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Guys, I can't keep track of the math anymore. 9, 10, 11. Can someone do the math? 12, 13. I'm guessing there's at least 15. 21. Okay, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Alright, in half an hour, when I have to BRB to use the bathroom, You guys can only blame yourselves. You have yourselves to blame. I'm very hydrated, super hydrated. Tori is like, my work here is done. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it, in front of the keyboard. Oh, so this game is kind of like escape roomy, so I'm doing like a little escape room puzzle right now with some of my other prisoners. We have been trapped by a mysterious masked man, as is tradition for death games. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left, then right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
This CG is very distracting. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Junpei is me right now. Before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like a machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she's a hacker, man. Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't. You're typing so fast, I can't even see your fingers.
Whoa.
What kind of job do you have? What are you?
I'm unemployed at the moment.
Oh no.
I used to work for a cybersecurity firm.
Cybersecurity firm.
Quit.
Why?
Lotus blinked.
Huh? Oh. It was just something.
She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell.
I see.
This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
Oh, what are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain.
A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the
Watch
most
her crash
elegant
the computer.
solution, certainly. But given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed down or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little awed.
Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier.
What were we talking about?
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 + 1.
So this is why she's so good at coming up with the math earlier.
The screen will show you 2.
She's a hacker, man.
See? Isn't that strange?
No, not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 + 1?
The computer.
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside.
I don't know what she's getting at.
Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires.
Don't do that.
Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head.
So, what are you trying to say?
Thank you, Junpei.
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe, what if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain.
Huh?
A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part.
Don't cut it out!
Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes
I do
must
not
occur
like
in the
lobotomies.
human brain. See? Doesn't it sound the same?
So is she saying that we are wireless computers too?
Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications, we can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
This is like a weird conspiracy theory. Junpei didn't say anything, not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like that from someone like her.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else? That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
Huh? Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued.
If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
Huh.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight, too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
What's it? I'm gonna Google it. Prosopagnosia. Face blindness. Face blindness.
Wait a minute. What?
Oh, thanks, Junpei. He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he'd never heard the word prosopagnosia before.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. You're gonna use a weaker discount on a cheaper restaurant tonight because you're craving that one? Not what restaurant, but like what kind of food? Don't dox yourself. Hey, good evening, good evening. JD says my cousin's daughter had a college professor with that condition. The face blindness? Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
Oh, what is it?
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
One of my classmates had that.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same, even though they've obviously got faces. It's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them.
I see.
The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually. But you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. Well, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
And, what were we talking about?
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
What about the other half?
Well, I guess I was just adulting.
Not funny.
Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic to it.
It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Why?
Because it's hacked.
I don't have to kill time any longer.
As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
I certainly did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square.
The screen changed again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Oh. Suddenly Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing.
Huh?
So, there's nothing more I can do.
The keyboard doesn't work anymore? ITP.
Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right? I did my part.
Well...
Time for tic-tac-toe. He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. Make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. So we have our file. So when I press one of the panels, the colors are the ones next to it switch. Oh, it looks like there's some text here. All panels green equals unlock. Restriction: no more than 4 attempts. Will automatically reset after failure. In other words, I have to get all the panels green in less than 4 tries. File. Where did my thing go? Clover's note. I don't understand why they put it in file rather than in my inventory. The note Clover copied from the stand in the laboratory has 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. Alright, so maybe we click it and that, like, we click this one twice. But you would think the order would matter, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, like that, I see. Alright, so bottom right. Ba, 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 ba. Actually, maybe I should write this down. Oh. It was like 1, 2. I don't remember what the rest was, guys. Shoot. Okay, let me read it and remember this time. Okay, 1, 2, 3 in the middle. Alright, so corners and then middle. You guys have a better memory than I do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Ooh! Look, Junpei! The lights on the lockers are green. We must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now as for the other key... It was just at that moment that he heard a voice from behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Hmm?
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh?
Anything weird? Why is she asking me this, Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him.
Well, let me think.
He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but...
He heard a noise at one point.
That's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born?
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm.
Oh?
It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Oh. Oh, this is a juicy little tidbit of information because even though my model has the watch on her right arm, I've noticed the characters in the game have the watch on their left arm, I'm pretty sure. So if he has the watch on his left arm, which isn't real and shouldn't have a heartbeat, interesting ramifications there.
The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Very curious.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. It's interesting then, right? Because that would mean he could technically go through one of those red numbered doors and not explode on the other side. Theoretically. This key, the shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Ooh. Okay, the monitor's on now. And it's full of letters. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Typing on this keyboard isn't doing squat. The keyboard, it does nothing. What about the levers? Okay, and the clock still hasn't changed. This is the monitor. There's a whole lot of cables under this table. Junpei, this thing in here is on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay. Yeah, I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. We've already got the scribblings from the table. There's a mannequin lying on the exam table and it's got a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. At the wash basin, more commonly known as a sink. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. Maybe if you increase the voltage? Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Aw, shoot. What? I think, Oh no, we're gonna blow up the sub. Oh no. Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. Oh, what the heck? Fire detected! Fire detected! The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Oh, that unlocked the door. Darn, the gate's still shut. It's a mannequin the size of a human being. It's on fire. Clover's on the other side of this gate. She's in pretty bad shape. What are you doing, Junpei? We need to save Clover now. The control device for the electronic door lock. The green light is on. Junpei, look at the light. Yeah, it's green. The emergency system is activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Darn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead. So sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now we need to get the heck out of here. That fire's not gonna stay in that room forever. Was this the actual intended solution? You found it. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
The final door sat in a corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to...
Jumpy!
Huh?
He spun around. There at the other end of the hallway, Junpei saw human figures running towards him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Hey, on the wall.
A new
A
map!
map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7. And... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
Oh, I see over here. And the middle door has a special room. Whoa. Oh. Then where's door 3? Right? So it was like 3, 7, nothing, 8 or something like that. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9.
Yeah.
And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked more closely, his surprised excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
yeah.
Is this the door without a number?
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off of the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
We're back. In the hospital room.
Is Ace missing now, too?
I see.
Oh,
I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8.
Okay, so door 8, we found a key. Did door 7, did they get anything good from their section?
You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory. And then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He'd managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
7 tossed something small and metallic towards Junpei.
Whoa.
Nice catch.
Jeez.
He caught it and found that the object was a key.
I see. So this is Jupiter.
On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, on it.
Well, I've got something for you too then. Here, it's the Saturn key card. We found it in the kitchen.
The kitchen?
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah.
Everybody's giving me presents. And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
So how many unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key you just gave me. And the Saturn key card from Lotus. I'll keep them safe.
So many options. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. Just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh?
Why 7?
Me?
8 plus 4 would be 12, would be 3. I see, that's why. Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Alright, let's get moving.
I thought Ace's voice sounded really familiar too. And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
There we go. 7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red. His name is Richard Epgard? I wonder why I've heard him
Okay,
in.
we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. But I want to go through door 3 too. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I
Let me
kind of
explain.
agree.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei. Open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't have a red number, we should be able to go back out. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we?
Wasn't there a door behind the stairs, though, that we didn't do?
I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled two things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left,
Welcome, welcome.
there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think.
Yeah.
So the two keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into two teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. Bad idea, my man. No. Do not hand any keys over to Lotus. If she can get out of here without us, she would jump at the chance. They're my keys. I'm holding on to them. Fangy, can I explode you with hugs into gooey bits and put you in jars and store you on shelves for being adorable? No. I don't want to live in jars. Oh, hey, Anime fan. Hello. Long time no see. How are you? They decided that their initial search should be brief.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided, the two teams split it up. Junpei and June headed for the elevators.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
Yay. Elevators. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Good enough? That's good to hear. How am I doing? I am also doing well. You got a puppy named Yuki in August. She just got spayed this week. She's a good girl. Ah, what kind of puppy is she? She's more dog and less gremlin now. I imagine she'll still be gremlin for a while. Have a niece? I'm gonna Google what they look like. I've definitely heard the breed before, but I can't, like, picture it off the top of my head. Oh, I see. They're little fluff balls. They're just little fellers. She 10 months old. Aw, baby. She baby.
Great! It looks like it's working now.
She's white with some black. I was wondering if it was a white dog since you named her Yuki. I wasn't sure. Only 10 pounds. How's my puppy? She turns 3 years old in a couple weeks, believe it or not. So she will no longer be a puppy. She will be all grown up. She's doing good though. She's still a noisy little creature. We're still a guard dog. We like to bark at any noise we hear. Always a puppy? Yeah, she'll be a puppy on the inside.
All right, now how do I call the elevator?
Use the lever? There is a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button.
I don't know if we want to go down. That's where the water is.
We may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Oh, hey, Moguda! You must have come over with Tori earlier.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
So we're currently... Are we on the C deck? So there's D, E, and then what's this down here? June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. Ariel's free! Freedom! As he was about to set foot in the elevator, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... They could only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary.
Moguda says, I'm just folding some paper while lurking. Are you getting some origami ready for the Royal Idol event?
Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
But that's because it was closed down there. Maybe if it had opened up down there, it'd get wet.
Oh, you're right. They are.
She looked around the elevator slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's test it.
Test it.
Yeah, watch this.
Oh, he'll send something down? Maybe?
Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C. All right, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
What does it mean? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, all right?
Doesn't he have a map of C deck? Could you see the elevator on it? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. I can only see the one I'm currently on, I think. Oh no, wait, here we go, C deck. I don't know if this map is very helpful for me. It's so low res.
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
A glub glub, thank you. He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and then hopped onto the elevator. Also, hello, Skitty. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
No, because, like, what if I can't... But you can call the elevator back up later if I get stuck or something.
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways, just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button. But it was too late.
Oh, crap. It closed.
The door had shut, he and June were in the elevator, and it was headed down to E-Deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what waited him on E-Deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business, or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously and then... exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
Yeah, that's scary to think about.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment.
We'd probably die.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus
I'm
and
sure it's
Santa
been
might
more than
already
10
be
minutes
back.
already.
Okay, good idea.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe...
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well,
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
it looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Door number 6. Did you miss what happened to the other 3? 3 people went into door number 3 to investigate, and the rest of us took keys that we found to go open doors that were locked, and we're kind of just doing some scouting out.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip. Brisk clip? Somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the 2 of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On the way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me.
He's just stealing all the maps. I would too.
So you guys found door 1.
They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. 1, 4, and 7 went into 3. 3 and 8 were with the other key. 5 and 6 are both. What about the others? 9 exploded, allegedly. 2 has been missing. We don't know where Snake went. He went missing, and we haven't found him anywhere yet. It's very suspicious. I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced, okay? They like doing switcheroos and death games. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
So then, what doors have we seen? We've seen 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, So it's the doors 2 and 9 that we haven't seen yet? Did you see a body? If not, then dead. Okay, we saw a body, but it was an exploded body. That could have been anybody's body.
You know, it is interesting that E deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
Yeah.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made all of them go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, June, Junpei, and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. We still need a Mercury key, don't we? Maybe that's what they'll find behind door 3? The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. What happened to this door over here? It's weird.
Snake is dead. He died, just as the 9th man did.
Bull. I don't believe you. No, because we know Snake's left arm is fake, and the watches are on the left arm, which means he wouldn't explode. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god. That's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait, not that way.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room. The left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
He's
That
all about
means we
keeping
can get
doors
in
open,
without
huh?
going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
Is that allowed? I mean, I guess? They're not getting exploded, so... They looked at it for a moment and then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat? Where's the fish coming from? It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance to his stomach.
Ooh.
He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Oh, Where is he? Where's Snake?
LLR? Left, left, right? They didn't have to wonder where the body was.
There.
There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching towards them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But...
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright?
Junpei's kind of annoying. He's like always babying June. I don't really like it. You're not her dad. He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked towards the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
I'm going in. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and then time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast rugged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like Ace said.
But why did he explode here? And how did he even get here? Because wouldn't he have gotten stuck between the red and the dead and exploded there? It don't make no sense. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some bomb of his own.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
But it shouldn't have. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna? Oh my god, Kitty! Are you right? The bone is coming out of his left... Oh, Kitty! Kitty, you genius! Oh my god, Kitty! You're right! That's not Snake. I don't know who it is, but that's not Snake. A Glub Glub? Yeah, I knew it couldn't be him. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
See, you can't even tell who it is! Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
Is Zero kidnapping people and stealing their clothes and putting it on dead bodies? And then exploding them? Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. Huh? Teeth curl? It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. Lotus doesn't know about the fake arm? Clover told us. When did Clover tell us? I'm trying to think how did it come up? Yeah, I think it was just Junpei. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3.
But that doesn't make any sense. Unless they're saying it was Ace is the killer, right? Because, like, the only way Snake could get through... Well, I guess there could be other people if you added more to the equation, but... Snake couldn't authenticate it himself.
Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including
Oh, that's
Snake.
right. It's gotta be 3 to 5, not 2 to 5. So yeah, there'd have to be 2 people.
It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
But it's a fake snake. So if it's a fake snake, wouldn't it have to have been Zero that put him there?
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Unless the snake during this entire thing was the fake. Nine, 1, and 2 if 9 wasn't actually dead. Yeah, I'm still suspicious of whether or not 9 is actually dead. June seemed shocked.
How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
What if Ace has done the Nonary game before, and he's the one that convinced 9 to go through the first door and explode, and 9 actually did explode. So he got rid of one person, and then he got rid of Snake. But he couldn't... No, they still need another person, though. But Clover would know if it wasn't her brother. Yeah, you would think. So that makes it feel like it has to be Zero replacing Snake. But why would he do that?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself.
Yeah, I can't think of how anyone else could swap a body.
If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us.
Friendship! It's the power of friendship!
Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
The question is why?
Good question.
Just to add unnecessary strife? Junpei hadn't really considered that.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Junpei. Was Zero still on the ship with them? I haven't made a save today. Was Zero still on the ship with them? I think he is, because somebody had to put the fake body there. Of course he was. That was obvious.
But I don't...
Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
In the walls. Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Well, or Snake is Zero and he staged his own death. I guess that would make sense. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
What? Oh, you think Deck D isn't flooded anymore? That'd be cool. But the staircase still seemed flooded. When you dislike your sister so much that you stage a death game and fake your own death just to get away from her. Oh no! Oh no, poor Clover! Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? I mean, I think it could have been Snake himself. Well, that's possible.
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason.
And what's that?
The bracelets.
Oh? He held out his left arm.
Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to.
Yeah?
It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei left the... Oh, Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
All right then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
But then still, how did Zero get a third person to help open the door? If they had taken 9's watch somehow, if they went back and took 9's watch, could that do it? Because if you had 9's watch, plus 2 would be 11. Plus Ace would be 1. So if it was Ace, Snake, and then Ace had taken 9's watch at some point off the body, that would give you the 3 to open the door. But Ace wasn't in the group that went past 9's body. So I don't know. No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because,
Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed.
Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
Maybe he's just a death game addict.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Ah.
Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then in that horrible silence... Bum, bum... They heard a bell begin to ring. So it's 3 a.m.? It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
So we have 3 hours left?
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
You're right, but...
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going.
Our next destination is Mercury.
Mercury?
Or maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen, between the 2 elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
What? Lotus sent the 2 of us off. I don't like that. So if we have Ace, Lotus, 7, Santa, Clover, 5. Okay, no, never mind.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
I thought 7 gave us the Jupiter. No, Lotus gave us the Jupiter card.
Yeah.
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
Okay, that's where the Mercury card came from. Okay. I was like, where did this come from?
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the two of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
You gonna head to bed? Okay, good night, Cubit. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh,
I will
here it
try
is.
not to explode.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and Jun stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're
Bottom.
on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
And that's even further below the E deck?
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
This is a numbered door.
Oh, there's 2.
This is the 8th one we found.
So all that's left is 9.
There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And then we found
And
6
the door
and
we
1.
found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
But we don't know which door it's behind, right? Because we haven't checked out doors 6, 1, or 2 yet. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about the excitement that frightened him as well. Oh. The 2 of us could go through here together. 5 and 6, 11 is 2. But we need a third person, so we can't. Alright, despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to put together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
What?
I am not an
You did
exhibitionist.
not.
I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Raisin?
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion.
Oh, not good.
And she roared with a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door on A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down.
Then the door I should choose is...
It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
Wait. Does my number make any of them work? So Ace and Clover is 5. Plus my 5 is 10, so 1. 7 and Lotus, so 7 and 8 is 15. Plus 5 is 20, which gives 2. Santa and June is 3 and 6, 9. Plus my 5 would be 14, right? 3, 6, 9, plus 5, 14. So I can't go with Santa and June, right? That one wouldn't work. If I'm doing my math correctly. People can get shuffled around a little. I want to go through. If Ace pops over, then it works fine. But then what is Clover supposed to do by herself? I kind of want to do door 2. I feel like the one on the bottom floor is the most interesting. Door 1 is where Ace and Clover want to go to, though. And I still think Ace is kind of suspicious. Where should I go? Where should I go? Your favorite number? Six is the only one you can't go to without someone else joining. Yeah, so it is different from the others in that regard, which is a little weird. The fact that it's different makes it suspicious a little bit.
I want to go through door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
No.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. These two don't like each other, and then Clover's like super moody. What a great combo. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
You come with
Isn't
us.
that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she'd found herself, but even so...
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6.
7, Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
All right then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah, be careful.
I am concerned about
We
the
should
other
get
team.
going as well.
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise that authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey, I found it! It's right there!
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one.
It stopped.
Yes, it stopped.
The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest, like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
He's gonna go to the North Pole. With that, the doom and gloom from before was done, and the mood turned somewhat lighter.
All right, let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar that served as his doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Was it some kind of MC Escher nonsense? It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal, None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. The room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh.
Is this actually our
Could
view,
be
like we're looking
2
down on it?
stories. Maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
Kamaboko? June pointed to the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good
This
of a
thing?
description of it as any.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk. Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person.
You're right.
Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved around towards the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler.
Okay.
You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam.
Okay.
The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
The entire room was as silent as the grave.
All right, let's split up.
Then all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's
Oh
wrong?
yeah, she had a fever
Are you
at the
all right?
beginning. He dashed towards her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
You... Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes. Yes. It probably is.
Should have gotten some ibuprofen from the medical rooms.
But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down, careful.
Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clench tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Oh my god! Hey Usagi! Thank you for the raid, thank you. Welcome raiders, welcome in everybody. I'm Fangy. I'm a comfy shape-shifting cryptid and we're playing through 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. It is like a escape room, death game, visual novel kind of thing. But welcome everybody. How are you guys doing? What were you streaming tonight, Usagi? Were you arting? Ah, Usagi's emotes. Scary.
Yes.
Right.
But we're currently trapped in a death game on a big cruise ship kind of thingy. Oh, you're playing in Zoe? I've seen people post like screenshots from like the character creator. My friend Ariel's been doing that. But you were playing the actual game part? How is it? Nine hydrates? No, that's not in the title. That's not in this game. No. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
All right, Let's get started.
Sure thing, Mogura. Nine pets for Cinder is? Yeah, that should be. That should be.
Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Your character worked at a K-pop idol company as an event coordinator, and she quit to work at the convenience store because it made more monies. Oh wow. I guess event coordinating doesn't pay. Steam engine room. Ah, ferocious roar. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving... Yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. This pillar goes up towards the ceiling. Alright, not much to look at here. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You need at least 4 of these. Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really, it's just common sense, you know? There are a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, then the steam engine might start working? That's certainly possible. Alright, so we gotta get some coal. This is the huge oven for this boiler. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the open areas has gear in it. A golden gear. It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. It looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. A huge golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. There's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. There's some kind of like pulley system. Look, Ace. It's some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. You use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver is way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have gotten your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Yeah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? The conveyor belt runs into a sort of arched tunnel. This gear's rusty, but looks like it's still pretty sturdy. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes. It looks like the exit. It looks like this door slides up into the ceiling. It's probably the exit. What is this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. It's got a clover, kind of, 3-leaf clover shape. There's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. There's a depression here that looks like the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. The catwalk on the upper floor. There's a staircase that reaches... Yep, we already saw that. Oh man, Junpei, I can't believe I missed something so important. What's so important? Who would you say is my favorite so far? I like Snake. Look at those stairs. Look at them carefully. That gap. That height. That angle. It's perfect. Perfect? Perfect for what? Whatever, just bring Clover here right now. Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs. No, Santa! Huh? Clover's not here. What the heck is he talking about? Santa. No. Have we looked everywhere then? How do I get the coal? Get in there, climb in. Get in the tunnel. Oh! Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? That's gotta mean something. It's also an octagon. Right? I guess pressing it is the best way to find out what it does, if anything, Santa. Nothing. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Ah, look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. A huge bronze gear. This has to be important. There's a small door on the side of the tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. So we've looked at all the big gears. We've looked at the conveyor belt area. What have we missed? We can't interact with the sand. The boxes are empty. Oh, here we go. Your favorite was Ace at this point? You'll have to tell me who your favorite was at the end when I finish. These 2 columns are different from the others. The lights are red. The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There's a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we're meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move the slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. This slider's down. Let's see if I can get it to go anywhere. Ugh, man, no dice. This thing isn't going anywhere. Oh, darn it. Nothing. This thing won't budge. I guess Ace feels like giving this one a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. This is the door we came through when we entered the steam engine room. The backside of the catwalk and the pipe. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's really pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright, let's go.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Hey, green tea! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm Fangy. I'm a comfy shapeshifting cryptid, and tonight we are playing an escape room death game kind of visual novel called 9 Hours, 9 Persons, and 9 Doors. Yes. But welcome, welcome. What were you playing tonight, Green Tea? This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. This room that we're in for the current puzzle is so big. Well, anyway, it looks like that's the pipe. We'll start out with Earthbound, which is your first time you're living it. I gotta play that at some point too. Did you just start that tonight? Oh, what did he say? Coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. A pipe that goes to the conveyor belt. There's a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. The catwalk. The stairs back down should be on the other side of these boxes. You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside of your head. That way you won't get lost. One of the doors is off the furnace. There's an A on it. What can we do on this side? Here's the pulley system. Oh, you're a fair bit through it now, but still a while to go. Gotcha. Are you gonna play the other ones? Because there's 3 games, right? This supports and braces the side of the ship. It's not a ladder. There's a whole bunch of boxes blocking the way here. Oh, I got closer to it. That's a hand-operated winch. It's a simple machine used to lift things up and down. You simply turn the wheel to pull up the rope. Junpei, why don't you turn the wheel? The wheel? Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. Well, what? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Gah! Aw, shoot. I got my own wheel! Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. A hand-operated winch. The wheel it once had is now in my hand. Let's see if I can get back on. There's a couple of posts on the back of it that look like they fit into holes in the winch. Darn, no good. These little shafts are too small for the big hole. It's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, to be honest. If that's the case, then that wheel wasn't originally part of this winch. And that means... we gotta find the correct one. Alright, back it up. I like the noises. There's a whole bunch of boxes in my way I can't get through. Go through door C. There's a wooden box hanging beneath the catwalk. Oh, we got to it from the other side this time? Oh yeah, I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch. Oh, so this is not the same one. Okay. I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fix. Perfect fit. It's like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see the wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Alright, I'll turn the wheel. Huh, what's this? What happened? Well, this wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left? That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that'll be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after laying the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Oh, now he's talking. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could see her still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she'd not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they'd all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Santa's response was confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments...
Santa suddenly stopped.
There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
That was my guess, too.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
Daisy, aww.
You're right. It isn't very interesting.
We say hello back to
Yet.
Daisy.
See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part.
It's like about instinct.
The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
There's a collective rat consciousness like in Guild Wars. The script.
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water.
Yeah, and then our experiment also involves water, doesn't it?
They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah.
Or adrenaline?
Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
You know too much, Santa.
Oh.
I feel like what Santa's talking about and what Lotus is talking about is going to be relevant. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. This is the one we just did. Alright, so we're directly above June right now. Let's see if I can figure out how to get back down. That's not the right one. A? How do you think Santa knows who's naughty and who's nice? Of course, it all makes sense now. It's all coming together. Hey, Junpei, where are you going? The only thing there's a closed number door. Kind of pointless to go back, huh? Yeah, it sure is. Okay, we'll go back down. Alright, so where is... Oh, so there's my box. Control panel for something. Ah. Spaghetti! Enjoy your spaghetti and hot dog. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. And you go. Push that button! Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet! All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into that wooden box where he found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Box filled with coal. Alright. This is where the coal goes, or would go if all three of these things hadn't rusted shut. We had found one that we could open. Where was it? Where's... Hmm? No. Ah! There's a hole that lets us put coal into the furnace. Maybe if we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Alright, let's do it. But how are we gonna start a fire? Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh, well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me once again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up in there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well, then, if the three of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help, too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so just stay there and we'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? The thing on the stairs? Is this... I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we managed to ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei! Ace, look at this! There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Oh! Oh! The gears. They're spinning. What the heck are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Gimme. Give me. Gold disc. Bronze disc. Ah. What? Silver disc. Okay. This gear... Oh, clicked on the wrong thing. Hey. Alright, so now we go upstairs again. It looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found into this thing... Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? Perhaps you have them facing the wrong direction. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrows click, the discs are switched. Please note that when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Okay. Should be like that, right? No. Ah! A sun! The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. Freedom! You found it.
Yes! The door's open!
Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down the stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Ace sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent.
Alright, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt and June.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up slowly.
Are you okay?
He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
I don't think fevers work that way. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy.
I think it should be worrier, not warrior.
Oops, I mean, warrior.
June giggled. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she was really feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
All right, let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. They headed back to the exit, but on their way they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Not helping, June. Santa didn't smile or laugh.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
I like the background music here. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. Huh. June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But
what happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort.
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
9 years ago, in the previous Nonary game.
Oh.
Yeah, like that. There's no way the number 9 is not significant. There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, let's go.
Santa stopped suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them.
Huh. Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
All right. Why is there a casket? We're Man of Medaning this. We got some numbers over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 9 is covered up. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. A box. There's nothing inside. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Card with a headshot? What? Huh? What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah, I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. This is weird. These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, this sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. I can see some metal boxes on the other side of the fence. So we gotta find everybody. There's 5. We need 4 more. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here except for the one we just came in through. Then this is the exit. Duh, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, it's just a keyhole right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we've got to find the key that fits that keyhole. Yeah. The scaffolding that supports the staircase. There's more stuff up top, though. The stairs keep going up. There we go, okay. There's a metal panel over the outside of the window. The monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and the red one, and some kind of lever. None of them seem to do anything, though. Maybe the power's off? Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom, though. That means... a handrail that surrounds the platform with a control panel on it. I can see the machine. The spinning light on the top of its head looks kind of cute. There are 4 crates lined up at equal intervals. A heavy-looking metal box. There's something that looks like a coffin sitting on top of the pile of crates. There's a whole bunch of identical crates in a pile here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, there's 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? Then maybe if we put something in them. Yeah, something might happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This looks like it's covering something. Looks like some kind of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out of it if it does open? Yeah, like I'd know that. There are several lights here with numbers from 1 to 9. Only the light with a 9 on it is lit. How do I keep going down? How do I... Oh, there we go. This door leads to the steam engine room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. And we got 6, we need 3 more. So she's number 8. There are some numbered boxes and cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. Alright, there's 8. Who are we missing? 7. We're missing 7. There he is.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box.
Yeah.
So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2.
Oh, I see.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
Hey! June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off towards June. Does Ace not...
Are you alright? What happened?
Can Ace not read or something, maybe? Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Oh yeah, there's a little box down here.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still...
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine? Medicine, huh?
I mean, we had a med bay.
Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Well, he did know about the anesthesia.
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Excuse you? No, I did not know that. And that's very relevant considering somebody knocked us all out with gas.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil?
And that was on this ship.
I've heard of that before somewhere.
Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide
A
is.
gas at room temperature? Really? So his company's involved somehow?
It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders.
I'm shocked it wasn't 9 years.
Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over towards Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Could he have some kind of like dyslexia that makes it hard with numbers?
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed towards Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out. Is Ace face blind? Is that why it came up earlier with Lotus?
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright. Oh, he didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best to keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back towards the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids popped open at once.
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
He peered inside.
What the?
In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. There's nothing else in the boxes. I never actually looked over here. There's 3 crates here stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, you think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Coward. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he gonna do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at the fence is gonna... Holy crap! This... Oh, man. There's electricity running along the fence. Looks like it. But we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off of those crates, but we won't be able to get back. I wonder what's inside all these crates. Junpei, look at that crate over there. There's something on it, isn't there? Yeah, it looks like a coffin. A coffin? Yeah, it seems kind of weird to find a coffin here, right? As if it's telling us to search here. There's a tall fence surrounding part of the cargo room. Apparently there's a high voltage current running through the fence. Alright, so we gotta turn off the electricity. Probably up here. So I can put 6 pins here. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, and the 3, 5, 7 pins on the bottom. You think maybe it's the digital root? The digital root? 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. It makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So, he'd put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on top and the 6, 7, 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. They turned off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. If the digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the number on the lights that are lit, those lights turn off. Yeah, it looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? It's too late for math, I know, right? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? I assume turn them all on. Well, no, but I figured we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes. Then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital roots of the pins in the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to a light that's already on, that light will be turned off. The goal is to turn on all the lights. Alright, let's do it. 3, 7, 1. So this will give us 11, which will give us 2. Alright. 15. 17. Alright. Snowflakes, don't make it sound suggestive. Alright. What else? 9 plus 6 is 15, which will give us 6. What else? Hmm. $15, which would give us 6. Oh, that's no good. We don't want it again. Ah, no, I left. Shoot. No. Give me my numbers back. All right, let's try and get 10 for 1. So 5, 4, 1 should give us 10, which is 1. If we want to get 2. Might not be able to with this combo. Well, there's 14. Plus 7 will be 21, which will give us 3. Alright. So if we want 2, we want 11. That's one of our options anyway. So 8, 2, there's 11 for 2. What else can we do here? We did 7 plus 5, that'd be 12, which would be 3, which we already have. 4 though. 9 plus 6 would be, no. If we had 7 plus 6, that'd be 13, which would give us 4. Alright. Next up is 5. So we could do 14. So 7, 3, 4. So I guess this 15 would get us 6. We get 15 with 3 of these. Yeah, we can. Alright, so now we just need 7 and 8. So for 7, 16 would work, which would be double 8s. And then can we get 17 from this somehow? Yeah. Now you're thinking with nonaries. All the lights are on, the shutters opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so we've got 9 holes. And there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there's 9 holes. So we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it, alright? What does this mean? Ah. You think maybe this F means 15? Is it the 15th letter? A, B, C, D, E, F, no. 15? Yeah, 15 in base 10 is F in a hex, right? Why would you know that? Why do you know that, Santa? What? You're right, yeah, that's gotta be it. Alright, let's give this one more shot. So what we have to do, it's like a Sudoku thing for 15 in every direction, maybe? Is that it? Did you not learn hexadecimal in class? This is a magic number square? Hmm. $13 plus 2. We're not gonna be able to get it over here then. The big numbers are hard to work with, so we should probably put them in the corners, right? If you're in the corner, you're only in 3 combos. Whereas if you're here, you're in every single combo. Huh. So what number can live in every single combination? That's a weird one, isn't it? I guess let's put a small one there. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so there's 13. So I'd put 2 here. No, but that's the problem there again. Yeah. Okay, wait. Alright, we can't put 1 in there because then something will have 1 and 2 together, which we'll never be able to get 15 with. JD said, how do numbers less than 5 fit in? I don't know. You think 5 in the middle, kitty? Okay, let's try 5 in the middle. Alright, so that'd be 14, so we'd have to put 1 here. So there's 13, so we'd want to put the... We can't put the 2 over there. We don't want the 2 with the 1. Oh, that's okay. My tired American brain isn't mathin' either, kitty. Alright, so if I want to keep the 2 away from the 1, I'd have to put it over here. Or down here. So that gives me 11, which would want 4 here. That's 5, so I would need 10 here, so that doesn't work. So there's 11. Which would also want 4 here, which also doesn't work. Okay, so don't put 1 in a corner, maybe. Yeah, small numbers in the middle, maybe. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, what if we do like a spiral kind of thing going on? And then maybe put the big numbers next to the smallest ones? I'm thinking like, if we do a spiral thing, does this math? No, because that's... No, that's 17 there. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Oh, so this doesn't work here then. That won't add up. Alright, so we put that there, and then there. Let's see. That would give us 9. So we want a 6 there. 6 and 5 gives us 11. So we want a 4 here. 8 and 4 is 12, so we want a 3 here. 9 and 4 is 13, so we want the 2 there. There's just... Is this it? Ah! Math! There we go. All pins inserted. All lights lit. We did it! The power's on now. It looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on top. Are you gonna play a crane game? A green button and a red button and a lever. I wonder what these do.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where'd he find this? What is that? Where'd you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 500. Are you serious? Oh, he said what happened to Ace? So Ace is with us currently. So we left him... We like had the 2 groups. He took anesthesia and like took a nap for a while. The place the 2 groups went circled back around to like the hospital room where Ace was sleeping. So we grouped back up with him, and then he's been with me ever since then. You see the coffin on top of those crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there? Well... There were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there. And how would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Oh, right, so, he's being quiet right now because there was a puzzle we had to do where there were boxes 1 through 9, and we had key cards with pictures of each person on them, and he had to put the key cards in the box, like, ID reader thingy for each number, and he couldn't do it, and we went over, and we were like, what's going on? And he tried to say that, like, he can't see very well right now, so he couldn't see the pictures. But we think he actually has face blindness, because we just learned about that earlier from Lotus. We also learned that he's, like, the president of a big pharmaceutical company that makes that anesthesia, which is a little suspicious. And that anesthesia turns into a gas at room temperature, which is important because, like, all of us went unconscious from some gas. before we were kidnapped. So pretty suspicious. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. But the weird thing is, he just volunteered that information to Santa. Like, he told Santa about the pharmaceutical company stuff. So it's like, if you were the bad guy, would you go around telling everyone that you're involved in an anesthesia company? Like, I would think no. Oh, it looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off of a battery. So to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, nothing to apologize for, kitty. It's just there's lots of weird little bits of information and we haven't figured out how it all goes together. New material's been added to the file screen. Yeah, but it seems weird that the president of the company that makes one of the things that the bad guy is using is here. I don't know, it seems relevant. Not necessarily that he's the bad guy, but it seems intentional that he would be one of the prisoners. Kitty says I had a thought. What is your thought, Kitty? Alright, the monitor shows a top-down view of the area where we can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull a lever. This is the reset button. It allows me to start over again. Once I want to activate the program, I just pull the lever. Wait, so how do I program it? I don't. I can see the machine. The spinning light. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's give this a try. You gotta head out? Okay, JD, good night. Well, I guess it's a little early for you, but, go eat some dinner. Thanks for hanging out. Good night-ish. Yeah, Cinder's doing a heckin' bark. Yeah, thank you for coming, JD. Ooh. If he's face blind, could Snake have swapped his outfit with someone and gotten them killed instead of him? With Ace in the room too, so actually Ace thought it was Snake. Interesting, interesting. That's true. That's true. If you put someone else's clothes on, then Ace might think it was you. But who would he put the clothes on? Right? Because everyone else is accounted for. The big question is, if that body wasn't Snake's, whose body was it? Right? Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. But I like that idea, Kitty. I do like that idea quite a bit. I'm sure it's all relevant in the end. Alright, keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery. The battery dies after 50 moves. 50 moves? At least that's what it says in the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Let's save here. I haven't saved in a while. Alright, instruction for operation. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill in the yellow areas. This is weird because we need all 4 crates, don't we? I believe we need all 4 of them. I'm gonna run out of moves with this strategy though. Hey Bruce! Yeah, we're doing puzzles. Unless we run out of moves. I mean, that strategy would work. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I messed up by not pushing that down more. Yeah. I think we have the right idea though, maybe. How did I do this different last time? I just screwed myself. Bam! Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See? It's moving already. Coffin, coffin. I'm gonna find Strad von Zarovich. Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to, and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. Coffin, coffin.
Mummy!
Oh.
Just kidding.
Really?
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay.
A small key and
A gun?
a gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
I mean, open it up, see if
This
there's
thing
bullets.
is...
Oh, I'm on advance? Oh! Thank you, Cyril, thank you! Oh my gosh. What did we miss? Okay. Alright. They walked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin. Santa says it's a mummy. He smirked hardly at his own joke. Junpei grumbles and shakes his head. Junpei resists the urge to remind Santa that he would have had to open it a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key. And next to the key is a gun. Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. He checks the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Are these real bullets?
The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real. Yeah, guns, yeah. Guns are not very available in Japan. Like, even Yakuza might not have guns.
Oh, if this is real? Oh.
Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage.
So take the bullets out so no one else can grab it.
Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
What's on this key? Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back in place, the gun back where they had found it. Oh my god, don't leave a loaded gun around. At least take the bullets out. Ah! You're killing me, Junpei. You're killing me. There's a revolver in this coffin. What was this thing for? Junpei. I know, I'll be there in just a minute. Now's not the time to be thinking about the coffin. I need to focus on getting out of here. Take the gun, Junpei. Take the gun. Alright. Let's GTFO then, I guess. Let's just put this key in here, and yes, it sounds like that did it. Yay! Now the question is, will the other 2 doors that opened up, door number 1 and 2, would they also have some kind of weapon in them? Looks like it's open, Junpei. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes, it's opening. You found it. Bling. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight towards the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other 3 proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
So we don't know where this one goes yet.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed. I mean, I assume this will take us to door number 9.
It works.
The elevator door opened and then eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going.
Oh,
Even
okay.
if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
Yeah, that
I
makes
agree.
sense.
Let's go.
The decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who'd been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around just in case.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was the door or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, and then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. The door doesn't really fit in with the surroundings either, so I feel like it's definitely part of the game. He paused for a moment and stepped through into the room, and there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
They're in a church, it looks like. Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt towards it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook. What do we got number-wise right now? We got Ace, Santa, me, and June, which gave us 6. Is there a way to get 9 with this? Oh yeah, 1, 3, and 5. We would have to leave June behind.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
The red sat on the wall next to the door. Displayed on it,
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure what to think or feel.
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
Wow, somebody has a gun. Who could have predicted this? He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw. Oh my gosh, somebody else took the gun because they were smarter than me.
What? A 9 door. There's another one.
Wait, what?
Why?
Junpei's voice was barely audible even to himself. He stumbled towards the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it.
So doesn't that mean more than 5 people can escape then?
The red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
So we gotta find a way to get 2 groups of 9 then,
Oh man.
with everyone that's left.
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way.
But we're missing 2 people.
If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt, someone might get killed, but eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This no-nary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Huh? Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We do math.
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginning of tears, and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as Ace spoke, they knew that finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
But even with all 7 of us...
Yeah, can we make 2 groups of 9? Ace knew it. They all knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
And if our door brought us to 9, what did the other doors bring them to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Santa and June followed.
Huh.
Junpei started towards the door and then stopped.
Come to think of it, what is this room?
The church. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room.
Huh. It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony.
Yeah, like a church or a wedding or something.
But what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. And at the end... Was it an altar, perhaps? It looks like another coffin. Is the idea that they have to leave one person behind and put the person in here or something? Because if so, that's messed up. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
Huh. A coffin?
And then what are the symbols over here? So this is the, This was Venus, and then with the things on top... I forget... June told us what this was. I don't know what this one is.
What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
Well, with a key code thing on it, too. But before Junpei had time to answer the question...
Hey, Junpei! The hell are you doing? Let's move!
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Snake? Snake! You should have knocked earlier, buddy. Is it Snake in there? They took the elevator up to the C deck. Once there, they headed back towards the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long.
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
Where's Clover? They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
Junpei and his three companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best as they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Okay, that's kind of what I saw coming.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
Weird.
And shut the door.
Weird.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
Okay, so Clover went through some kind of like secret passageway, which is obviously suspicious. And we already know there's some suspicious stuff with Snake.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
Oh, there's a door on the other. Okay.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a moment.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
Heading to bed. Good night, Moguta. Sleep well, sleep well. It was good seeing you tonight. It's almost 9:30 here. I'll probably stop in like half an hour. There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
All right, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
June bit her lip. She knew as Junpei did that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since her last visit. If Junpei had eaten at lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. How did nobody ever notice the letters here? Nobody even said anything the first time. Right? How does nobody comment on that? Am I like some kind of colorblind where I can't see red? But someone else would have said something. What is up with that?
No, she's not here.
As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of drying blood.
Snake. Just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was once Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course. As there was no way he'd gotten an answer, he gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
You can go, wait a minute, the left arm.
Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. Bright white. Ulna.
Bones.
The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse...
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's son's strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
But the blood on the wall! The blood on the wall! Junpei and June headed towards the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They'd reached the stairs when... Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom.
Back from the beginning of the game? Clover didn't even go this way originally. All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Did Lotus and Seven, agree to kill her together or something? Because, Seven was the one that had left the door open to this place so that we could get back to it eventually for some reason. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there frozen in place.
Clover. Clover.
Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think that she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. So she died really soon then. Really recently. Right? A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile.
Clover.
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you all right?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes. I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover, why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
7. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh. You think I did it?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were two doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right. Yeah, there's a safe in there.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured towards a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did,
Yeah.
I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There was one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
Rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Oh? Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Yeah. Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food there was into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered on the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of his intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor next to the broken mass of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet.
It's
gone.
Oh. See, I had the theory before that someone might have taken the bracelet.
It was right next to the glasses.
Yeah. It was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Now what? Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came to view, he felt his heart flip, and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something.
Is her bracelet missing too?
And I found this.
Oh, wait. As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
Paper? She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
So did Seven pick up her bracelet then? Perhaps? He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this?
Huh?
Some kind of secret code?
Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means maybe the left one? Because he wasn't supposed to have it?
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
How would a normal person know that? Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms? Who knows that?
The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. At the bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet closely.
There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right.
Left, left, right, right. Or no, left, left, right. There were the letters on the wall. Why did nobody mention the letters?
Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth. Gone. Maybe those 2 words. Eh? How about reading it out loud? Truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. Truth gone, truth gone, truth gone. Switching the sentence around. What else could gone and truth mean? How about reading them backwards?
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact.
So right?
In other words, something that is right.
If you're gone, you've left.
You could then safely assume that gone means left.
Yeah.
After all, after someone left, they were gone.
Ooh.
But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms.
Mm-hmm.
Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. these two things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. So truth had gone. So right, left, right, left, right, left. Right, because they said... Where is it? Truth had gone, and truth had gone. So isn't it just right, left, over and over? Right? Right? I think. And then you can change your number. One after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off on the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Is that for the safe? That's not pi, is it? No, that's 3.14. Never mind. Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed towards the bedroom.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8...
Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers, such as the ones he just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? How did she even know it existed, though? I guess maybe Snake had told her? Junpei slowly dialed the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh.
Finished.
Bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The Nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. This is my first playthrough, Mello. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Research and Development Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them. Alright, so presumably... Okay, so 2 played in the past. And this was 9 years ago. Santa's sister died 9 years ago. Did she die in the Nonary game? And if so, are those 4 people in the game? Obviously, we know the pharmaceutical guy is. But who's everyone else? I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet.
Huh.
There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Doobadaboo! Welcome, Mello, welcome, welcome. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you.
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
The big hospital room?
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah. I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention, like a strap of leather stretched to its limits. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room.
I want to read the note again. Did it go in my file? Why would they not put an important thing like that in here? Okay, the CEO. We're pretty sure that is Ace. The Chief of Staff. Nagisa. That's a gender-neutral name. That could be a boy or a girl. Research and Development Supervisor. We know that Lotus was like a programmer lady or something. Trying to think who could be who. You gotta go? Okay, bye bye, Mello. Maybe one of these is... Oh no, because I already said my name. So I guess none of these can be me, huh? None of these would be me or June. Right? Why were we brought in? Yeah, she's like an info security person. You're right. You said it would be the shareholder, maybe. But Kage Chika, I'm pretty sure, is a male name. I don't know.
I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
When do we get the Fangy Bara back? Or the Fangy Bara? Don't know. Don't know. Maybe I'll make it a channel point redeem or something. Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock on the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times and then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. You know, I bet that nerdy guy was the research and development guy. Number 9.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of the door 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
So that would be 8 plus 8 would be 16, so 7. So it shouldn't work. Right?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
It shouldn't work, right? Once they'd finished... Okay, quickly they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they'd finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close.
Yeah, obviously.
You don't actually need a hand.
Yeah. Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near... Oh, I see. Gotcha, okay. The fourth asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected, it was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
Ask
What is
his
it?
name.
Do you know who I am?
Huh?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei.
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
Oh? He's testing the face blindness theory.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover that he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19.
1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3.
1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Lotus is like, hey, I just taught you that word. Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth, and so did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them and then turned back towards Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up...
I mean, he was one of Zero's targets, so, like, he shouldn't be Zero.
is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Right. Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
That was my theory, right? Because Ace is 1, and so if he had 9... That'd be 10, and then you add in Snake, which is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3, so he could have gone in there. Hey, Seraphim! Hello, hello! So my theory about number 9 was correct then. Well, about the bracelet. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. Oh, but I guess it makes sense. So if he was one of the people that orchestrated the Nonary game 9 years ago, he would understand how the bracelets and stuff worked theoretically if it's the same. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence.
And then he would have known... I mean, he would recognize Snake from the previous one. But Snake wouldn't necessarily know him if he was one of the organizers.
The first. Think back to a few hours ago.
But then why did he kill Snake?
You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room.
I love this background track here. I like this, like that sound just then. It's like a digitally sound. I like it. It feels very familiar to some other song I've heard, but I don't know from what game or what song it's from.
There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, "I'll stay here." Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through.
Oh.
Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting, and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes, yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. You, Junpei.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
But it still leaves the question of who is it?
What?
Ace's face went pale. Oh, you know what? Oh, so if Snake was in the previous game, maybe he wasn't brought here as revenge against Snake. Maybe Santa, who I think is Zero, brought Snake here to help get revenge against Ace. So maybe... So yeah. Then why was Clover involved? Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood.
Oh, yeah, like maybe some of the other 3 people that were listed? Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe they weren't added to the game, but they were used
couldn't possibly have been
as
Snake.
props.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people.
The question is, how did they get someone else to put on Snake stuff and, like, go along with it?
And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did.
Yeah, fair enough.
Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly...
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply, his eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
But you could win Mr. Nine's bracelet.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 + 2 + 9 = 12. 1 + 2 = 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Yeah. Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, 7?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
7 cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. I feel like this is like the Phoenix Wright scene when you like finally wear down the suspects and they kind of go crazy. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull culprit letter. But how did he know he could get back to that room? Because the only way you can get back to that room was because 7 left the door open, right?
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Huh? Oh, I see, I get it.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here.
Okay, so 1 plus 9 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1, 2 plus 9 equals 11, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 3 plus 9 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. So if you have a number and you add 9 to it, the root of the number is the other number.
With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone.
I see.
It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used.
Oh.
I quickly pocketed both
that.
of them. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3.
Yeah, I would assume that means he also killed Clover.
When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open.
Oh, so maybe this person was like drugged or something.
He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was?
I mean, would he know your voice from the previous one?
Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the Red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the Red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
Kaboom! The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened.
That was probably one of your ex-coworkers, bud.
After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed and then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1.
Yeah, I don't see how that guy could have had Snake stuff without Snake, like, cooperating with Zero.
It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Rude.
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Did we see his voice? Or see his face? No, I don't think I did. Why? Was there something special about it? Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing, with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room? If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes. And that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me.
Yeah, like clearly this was a setup by Zero and Snake.
And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, 7, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake.
Yeah.
That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead.
I don't think so. I think he was working with Zero.
Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us?
Nah, he's locked in a coffin.
If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else.
Let me see what you linked, Cyril. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, he was having a good time. He was like, heck yeah, I love murder.
Is he watching us?
No, Junpei, I don't think the blind guy's watching you.
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped towards Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose. Get him, girl!
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you?
Oh, how to add quote? For some reason it only seems to work for the mods, but I think I can do it. Let me see if I can do it. I can add them. There we go. We got a lot of quotes. Almost 400 now. Holy moly.
I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
Ace! He's enjoying it! He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh? Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. He still has the knife, doesn't he? In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. Oh, of course! Oh, of course he has that. He was with me. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3
This is
people?
why I said you should take the
What do you
bullets, Junpei! Junpei, you never listen to me!
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me.
Okay, yeah, we thought as much.
Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed.
Yeah, I think he was one of the coworkers, maybe.
While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Yeah, he must have been one of the other people on Zero's list. Hey, JD! Yeah, this stream has been going for like 5 hours, which was not my intention, but like, it's exciting. I don't want to stop right now. I want to know. I want to know.
Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god, oh my god! There's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here!
You could have just said his name.
It was him! He killed me! It was him!
If you have last words when you're dying, like, don't be vague. He didn't think that through.
I had 4 reasons for killing him.
1.
As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
2.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason.
3.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
And 4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Well, it must have been for his company. Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Lotus is gonna be like, you idiots, why did you leave it there?
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious.
So he's 1, he's got 9, that's 10. With her, that's 18.
I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus.
Hmm? Oh, no, wait. Wait, and then 18, and then 1 plus 8 is 9. Okay. The maths.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking
Okay, I was
for
gonna say, he
Clover.
wasn't with us.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
He's just gonna shoot her after they get through. He's not gonna leave a witness alive. As he spoke, Ace began backing towards the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
I don't know that she has a better chance of surviving if you let her go like that, though. Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, and then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, There was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watering and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But...
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? Yeah, is she actually here? I don't know. I don't know. June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
No, but at the same time, what do you expect me to do about it, Seven? Like, you're stronger than me. I don't have a weapon. What am I supposed to do?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. Huh. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind, and started running towards the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Whee! Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
Probably already through the door.
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
Yeah, I do. He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow. Okay, so let's think about this. He is 7. I'm 5. That's 12. 1, 2. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get through there. But if we took Clover's number, she's 4. So then 12 plus 4 would be 16, so that'd be 7, so still not enough.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the numbered doors.
Let's check the red.
Okay, but if Snake is, let's say Snake is in the coffin. Alright, so if it's me, 5. 7, that's 12. Plus Clover's bracelet, assuming we took it, that's 16. Plus Snake would be 18, so 1 plus 8 would be 9. So if Snake is in the coffin, we might be okay. The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed towards the smaller door. This read would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next. Thump, thump, thump. Come on, Seven. There was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right?
Yeah, because there's a keypad. What I don't understand is, why would Zero put Snake in here? Even if they weren't working together, I mean, Zero would know that Snake was one of the previous victims. Unless Snake, like, screwed over his sister in the previous game or something.
The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and Seven left at the coffin. They grabbed hold of whatever purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
What would the passcode be, though? He's gonna tell me in Morse code. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Right.
Yeah, probably.
I don't understand where Clover got the paper, though, with a clue.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
It must have been in the captain's room?
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
You could have already tried instead of arguing.
You.
Fine.
He knelt down from the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they had kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Yeah, he was here 9 years ago. Speak up. Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
You can't lie to us! It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but the knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. I knew it!
What? What is it?
I found something earlier.
Oh yeah, good luck explaining that one, buddy.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
Huh?
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Huh?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
Oh, this is not what I expected. Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 + 2 + 0 = 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking towards the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Is Seven just gonna pull Snake through? Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 + 2 + 0 = 9. Now they just need to pull the lever and the door would open. Error.
Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
What is it then?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Presumably it's gonna be Clover's 4, but why did it turn to 0? I don't know. Alright, so Snake plus Junpei, that's 7. And then I'm assuming the bracelet is 4. That'd be 11. No, see, if it's 4, we want everybody.
Let's try all 3 of us and the bracelet.
Snake plus Junpei plus 7 = 2 + 5 + 7 = 14. 1 + 4 = 5.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
It didn't
What?
open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then,
There goes that theory. Junpei continued. Okay. Junpei plus 7 plus the bracelet. So Junpei and 7. That is 7 and 5. So 12 plus the bracelet if it worked. We would need the bracelet to be 7 again? 14 plus... No. We would need it to be 6? Which would be June's. Right?
let's try me, 7, and the bracelet.
Junpei plus 7 equals 5 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in their bracelets. What does it mean?
It opened.
So then is June 0? And if so, how did Clover get the bracelet?
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
5 plus 7 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creaking groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
Yeah, we're running out of time.
At any rate, we know now
Where's
that the
Snake
door
and June?
can
They
be
should have caught
opened.
up with us.
Let's go.
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Snake is so weird and mysterious and cool. Oh yeah, the arm! Good point, kitty. He should be able to just walk through then. Junpei, 7, and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion.
He just
I
popped his
imagine
arm
that
off.
most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it had looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside 7 and Junpei. Is he not worried about his sister? They kept running for a while longer, and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door. Surreal, I'm curious, do you know like how much longer I have with this? Like, would it make sense to keep playing and try and finish this playthrough? Or do you think I have another stream's worth of this playthrough? So if I only have a little bit left, I don't want to like stop like 20 minutes away from beating. When do I need to get to bed? I don't know, probably like the next half hour would be good. There's a decent amount left. Okay, if there's a decent amount left, this might be a good place to stop then. Yeah, let's pause here then. I never really know when a game is about to end, you know, sometimes it's hard to tell. Alright friends, thank you for staying with me for so long. Oh my gosh, that was almost a 6-hour stream today. Whew. I promise not to do that too often. Let's see if we have any friends we can raid tonight. Let's see. Who's on tonight? Alrighty. With this game, that's a thin promise. It's a game thing, not me thing. Gotcha. Alright, who should we raid? We will raid, Bia. I'm not sure what she's streaming today. It's called Wild Frost? I don't know. It sounds like it could be a cute thing. Alright, everybody, and we will say bedtime raid! Alright, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Gosh. Tomorrow I was planning on doing Fields of Mystria. Okay, maybe we could wrap this up like Saturday or something. We will see. I will be posting on Twitter and Discord if you want to make sure you know when the next stream is. If not, I have my VODs too. You can always check out. Alright, everyone. Goodbye, good night, sweet dreams. I hope you all have fun if you hang out with Bia. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye!